Good evening. Great to have each and every one of you here. We have a closed session starting right now at 5 p.m. And as we always do, we offer the access by Zoom, as well as you can come here to our City Hall. If you want to access us when we ask for questions, please use the raised hand icon. I want everybody to know that the city council is all here and accounted for. With that, I will ask our city attorney to read us into closed session. Danny?
Yes, Mayor. Closed session will be held on three items tonight. The first involves real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8 involving real properties known as assessor parcel numbers 8655007-0900, APN 8655007-901, and 8655007-902 and APN 8655021-900. The second involves a public employee appointment, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54957. And the third is a conference with legal counsel with respect to anticipated litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and D3 and E1 due to significant exposure to litigation in a number of cases.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny. I will now open public comment period. I'll look to Madam Clerk. Do you have any cards from anybody that is here?
No, Mayor.
And is there anybody on Zoom that would like to address these topics?
No.
With that, I will close our public comment period and adjourn us into closed session at 5:02. Thank you. Welcome. It's great to have each one of you here, and we've just been in closed sessions since 5 p.m. So I will ask our city attorney to read us out of closed session, please. Danny?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Council, the council met in closed session on 3 items tonight. The first was with respect to real property negotiations, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, to address the properties located at assessor parcel numbers 8655-007, 900, 901, and 902, and APN 8655-021, 900. And the second item was to discuss a public employee employment, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54957. And the third was to discuss anticipated litigation, authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2, D3, and E1, with respect to exposure to litigation in a variety of cases. The staff gave briefing to the council on all these matters. A lengthy discussion was had, but no reportable action was taken.
Danny, thank you. And with that, I will call our regular council meeting to order at 7:03. And we welcome each one of you. If you do have a phone or anything like that, please make sure that it's turned off to mute. We would appreciate that. With that, tonight, Reverend Karen Davis is going to offer prayer for us. She is the pastor, long-term pastor of First Christian Church here in town. And following her will Aiden Garcia will lead us in the pledge. So if you would stand, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Let us join together in prayer. Creator God, we are thankful for all the signs of new life that surround us in this spring season. We pray that we may be good stewards of all that you have entrusted to us. We are thankful for those who work each day to provide new opportunities and possibilities throughout our community. We ask your blessing on our time here tonight. May you surround us with your grace, fill us with your wisdom, and may we continue to work to provide hope to others and the decisions that are before us. Amen.
Amen. Aiden, if you would come up to the microphone.
Thank you.
Please.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all being here tonight. And as is always a special treat, we get to hear from our students. I'm sure that one of them knows the number of days, probably hours, until school is out. You probably have it on your phone, but knowing the four of you, you love school so much, you're going to miss it. So you probably don't even think about that. But thank you for being here, for taking your time and giving us just an update. From Charter Oak, Ms. Riggs, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Thompson and fellow city council members. As you know, I'm Caroline Riggs and I'm currently a senior at Charter Oak High School. First off, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share all of the amazing things that are happening at Charter Oak. To kick off the month of March, Mr. Doltz, our principal, hosted an event called Donuts with Doltz, where COHS students got to talk to him about topics regarding the high school or any issues they may have had while enjoying donuts in the morning. Additionally, our ASB hosted the annual spring night rally, Chaos. Students participated in SpongeBob-themed games, and the prom court was announced. A few of our teachers started the rally with a bang when they performed a choreographed dance to I'm Just Ken, which I would argue was one of the best parts of the night. And the dance show was held on March 7th through March 9th, where our advanced and intermediate dance teams performed along with our dance club and other soloists. Our counselors also hosted a FAFSA workshop on March 12th to explain the financial aid process to Charter Oak families. Additionally, on March 13th, Charter Oak had its spring showcase where families could see exhibits and learn about the career pathways, departments, and athletic programs at COHS. In the cafeteria, guests could also watch sample performances from our visual and performing arts like band, drama, and choir. Our auto club hosted a car show that was held in the quad during lunch, where over 50 classic cars were on display for staff and students to enjoy. There were also several members from the club selling food items like hamburgers and hot dogs for fundraising. Last week, our juniors completed the CASP state testing in English and math, with the science and makeup days scheduled for this week. This past Saturday, our sports med team went to Cal State University Northridge for the annual sports medicine competition, where they ranked #1 in the small school division as well as #1 for the overall competition. Several of our team members were awarded for their individual accomplishments as well. Over the course of the past 3 weeks, our advanced choir participated in several choral festivals at places like APU and Mount Sac. We received a superior rating at the SCVA festival as we represented our school and our district, singing a variety of repertoire from different genres and in different languages. For our upcoming events, our theater's next production is Mean Girls, which will happen on April 19th through the 20th, April 25th, 26th, and the 27th. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to share all of the exciting things taking place at Charter Oak right now. I hope you all have a blessed evening.
Great, thank you. Great update. GHS, Mr. Garcia is back up again. Welcome, sir. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Thompson and City Council members. My name is Aiden Garcia, a senior at Glendora High School, and this is my report on our activities. March was an action-packed month filled with many events, celebrations of students, achievements, and preparations for the next school year. To start, GHS would like to congratulate Daniel Gonzalez for winning our Super Smash Bros. Tournament, as he battled through a bracket of 32 skilled gamers on February 29th. On March 12th, a new field trip welcoming future Tartans allowed 8th grade students from Goddard and Sandburg Middle School the opportunity to learn more about GHS and the various academics, activities, and athletics it has to offer. Current GHS students, staff, and various programs welcomed our 8th graders with what it is like to be a Tartan. Class chants, interview panels, and personal bags were given to students to help them for an amazing freshman year. ASB held executive elections to prepare for the next year. We would like to congratulate our 2024 to 2025 Executive Board. ASB President Hallie Higgins, Vice President Cole Swire, Commissioner of Assemblies Lily Lusk, and Commissioner of Activities Diana Garcia. We can't wait to see how they continue to grow and build into our school next year. A newly introduced SoCal Trade Fair was held at GHS on Wednesday, March 20th for all juniors and senior students. They were able to visit the booths of over 50 trade schools and companies who were on hand to meet with our students about internships and job opportunities. Our drama department wrapped up their spring play, Radium Girls. This drama told the important and true story of the use of radium post-World War I. Bravo to our actors and director, Mr. Stevens, for telling an important story with such talent. As many of you know, action was held last Friday and it did not disappoint. Students from all grade levels came together as Tartans to compete in one of the most thrilling and historic events at GHS. Although all grade levels did an amazing job participating, the seniors once again were on top, taking the lead by almost 40 points. However, we feel the need to give a big shout out to our freshman class. With this only being their first action, they shocked the school by taking second place, defeating the juniors and sophomores. In third place were the juniors, followed by sophomores taking fourth place. Staff and faculty would like to thank all our students who attended the event for representing themselves and our school with Tartan pride and honor before, during, and after the event. The PSAT was held today, Tuesday, March 26th, for sophomore students. This was a great opportunity for GHS students to experience this type of standardized exam. Looking forward, GHS will be starting CASP testing on Tuesday, April 9th for all junior students. Testing will take place Tuesday through Friday of the week in their English and math classes, with science CASP testing taking place the following week. Following spring break, we will kick off senior season, where we start the process of honoring our seniors and saying goodbye. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Great, thank you. And I did hear that action was really a great night.
Very fun.
The freshman came in second. Man, that's a formidable class. So that's good. St. Lucy's, Alexa Straight. Welcome, Alexa.
Hi, it's good to be back.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Thompson and esteemed City Council. I'm Alexa Straight, a junior at St. Lucy's Prairie High School, and I'm honored to be here. We introduced March with a shadow day and a rally. It was a bittersweet welcome to the incoming freshmen and last rally for our seniors. Class rivaled class in our annual Penny Wars. In a spirited competition, the week was focused on supporting and sabotaging class totals. Congrats to the class of 26, our sophomores, for the dollar difference win. This week ended with the celebration of International Women's Day. On an all-girls campus, this day was a pretty big deal. Starting with a prayer service, girls spent the day talking to leading women from many working backgrounds. From the military to the fashion industry, students were able to learn about a plethora of careers, ending the day with a DJ pizza lunch. Juniors completed the last retreat of the year on March 12th at our priory. The class of 25 learned more about themselves and about each other during the day of fun activities. Students of all grades pushed through the end of quarter 3, whether that means deciding colleges or completing tests. Before starting quarter 4, St. Lucie celebrated the life of our former bishop by having the day of his choice off for students. St. Lucy's recently completed the WASC accreditation, where the Western Association of Schools and Colleges spent the day on campus talking to staff, meeting students, and observing classes. We are very thankful that we had an extremely good review this year. Following this, we had our annual bash, which stands for Building a Scholastic Heritage. Celebrating our Benedictine hallmarks, this night was fun, filled with food, fun, and fellowship. It was a great success for our school community. The night was filled with auctions and entertainment with the support from many student volunteers. Spring sports have had a strong start to league competition. Congrats to swim for their win at the dual meet, track for their win on a dual meet, and softball as they are a newly returned sport. Good luck to softball and swim as they compete this week. Tomorrow is our last day for our long-awaited Easter break. This is a time for students to relax and especially focus on the religious season. Once we return, we will have many April events such as prom, which I can't wait to share. Thank you, City Council, for your time. But until I see you again, stay safe, happy Easter, and God bless.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. Last but not least, Mr. Ho from Whitcomb High School. This guy is a superstar. Most of us were there, a week ago when we honored you for grades, attendance, and just everything. So
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
I saw Mr. Thompson and Mr. Frendel and Ms. Davis. I did see
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
So I appreciate you were there. I don't know where you two were. I was missing
There you
y'all.
go.
So
Yeah.
that hurt
Call
me.
them out.
I was waiting to shake your hand. All
You're welcome to come any week you want.
right, thank you so much.
You just made our city manager's year. All right,
Rub
sir.
it in some more, okay?
I will. Yeah. All right. Good evening, City Councils and Mayor Thompson. I'm gonna start off today with the least fun stuff and then end with the great. So my first thing to talk about is preparing for testing. So just like if you were listening to what Aiden was saying, we also have the CASP testing thing. So our testing dates will be on April 15th and 26th. PTSA will also be providing snacks for the testing day, and PTSA will also donate food vouchers to local food restaurants as incentives for attendance during testing. We are also looking for other ways to create incentives for our students to do their best during testing. And for now, what we're going to be doing is having the teachers give us quick little like study guides and like easy ways to prepare for the tests. So like mini quizzes and mini tests. Staff appreciation. So staff are continuing to give shout outs to each other on our WOW wall. We are also providing treats for staff this week to give them a little extra boost for the last week before spring break. We are also creating on a positive working environment at GHS. Oh man, don't get me started with these sophomores. I've been having stress today and it's like terrible. I don't like being a TA. And then now I'll go on to the more fun stuff. Our new class that was offered. So we have a new class now. It's called Art Foundation. So it's anything art related. It could be music, it could be drawing, it can be anything that you think is art, really. This will replace our History of American Music class and will allow allow students and more robust curriculum because a lot of the people at Whitcomb are very artistic. Not me though. My hands are like terrible, which is fine. So in addition, this class will also allow them to earn AG approved art credits or elective credits towards their graduation requirements. This class will use the same textbook as the Art Foundations class at GHS. And this class is also led by Mr. Love, who happens to be our soldier a soldier who's also our English teacher. We just had a party with him last Friday where Dr. Prince was also there. Students and staffs were able to take pictures with Staff Sergeant Love and his in his army uniform. He also brought his vest, and I wore that. It's really heavy. Everyone also received a bracelet that I didn't bring that says WHS supports you, Mr. Love. And Mr. Love's last day is on Friday, March 29th, where he'll be deploying to Northwest Africa. So he's not going to come back until maybe December or January of next year. So by the time I'm done graduated, I won't see him anymore. So
Yeah.
I lose him this Friday. Thank you for letting me share. Oh, wait, one more thing. So I also have a prom, and the prom theme is back to the 80s. And our school would like to thank the PTSA, Glendora Gibbs, Citrus College, and community members who have contributed to our prom, and we are grateful for all their support. Now I have a question. What do you think of my outfit for the 80s? Let me know what I need to change besides the hair.
Very nice. Now he's looking at Gary and I for the 80s.
Maybe a little more jewelry.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
I have a lot. One less button? Where? Here?
yeah. Down just a little
You're
bit,
right.
yeah.
And the gold chain.
And then a gold chain. Yeah, there you go.
I have all of those. Fake hair. Ugh. Why do you? Did you look like that? That's why? Well, thank you, city council members,
Thank
for letting
you.
me give my report.
Thank you. Best of luck during spring break. Just be safe. Don't do anything crazy, and you'll be back in first part of May, right? To give your last report. I hope you will, because we're going to have something special for you at that time. So best of luck. Let's give him a round of applause. And have fun at all of your proms. So that'll be good too. All right. Does anybody wish to reorder the agenda or add to it? I hate to even ask that, but I see no's, so that's good. We will now move to our public comment period. Most of you know what that is about, but I will explain it briefly. Fill out a yellow card if you're here. If you want to come up and speak, honor the time that is up on the screens. If you're on Zoom, we will get to you, and we would ask that you use the raised hand icon. And after we're done here, then we will allow you to also speak. So with that, my first card is Marcia Mason. Good evening, Marcia.
Hello. Good evening to you. And hello, Mayor Thompson and council members and Adam. I'm here to discuss the logo. And I first had seen the logo and heard of it for the very first time last month at your city council meeting. And I know that we can't please everyone, and I'm here to prove that point. So I would like to say that there is a rule, and this rule is that any sign you have to puzzle over is a bad sign. And I'm referring to the logo, the font, and the script. The font seemed modernistic to me and script-like, and it's not an easy read when you first see it. It looks like two words. I puzzle over the D and is it a P? And I say that Glendora is a town with history, and it has a lot of history. It has our oak trees and our streams and our foothills. And as you know, I sell raffle tickets to at the reunion, all-class reunion, when it comes every year. And on those raffle tickets, it has the same little two peaks on that raffle ticket, which stands for those the high snow-capped mountains, and those in Alaska, like the Grand Tetons in Wyoming. And we have that same little peak for Glendora. And Glendora, we have foothills, not high peaks in mountains. So I say that my point that the logo, script, font, lettering, and mountain peaks are not representative of Glendora. And it doesn't look historic, and Glendora is historic. Glendora is picturesque, and to me, it's like our little Rockwell town. And I propose that the city council give its residents a chance to create and to choose the Glendora logo. And I would also propose that the idea go to Glendorians through the newspaper, and I go to high schools, or anybody can go to high schools. A good example is this young man that is from Whitcomb, has an art class, a lot of talented kids. And we give them something to work with, give them something to create, give them an idea. And I'd like to put our creative young minds to work and our older, inventive, historic minds to create. So we give them an idea, something they care about, and let Glendorans decide. Don't decide for them. Let your logo stand up against others and let other logos that we bring to the table, let's decide and have a few to decide from. Let's make this a thing, a town thing. And if I can help, I'd love to do that. But let's not force this modern looking logo on Glendorians without giving them a choice. Maybe after all the logos are brought together, we could, it might be that this one that you chose will be the one that's chosen. But I would like to have a choice. And
Marcia, thank you.
okay, Thank you.
Your time's
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you. Joe Cena, please. Welcome, Joe.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mayor Thompson, City Council, City Staff. My name is Joe Cena. I'm President and CEO of the Glendora Chamber of Commerce, and I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm going to start out with, since we have several high school graduating seniors soon, the Chamber offers college scholarships. We offer 3 $1,000 scholarships for graduating seniors that live in Glendora. So you don't have to just go to Glendora High School. You can go to Charter Oak or another school. So if anyone's interested in that, just go to the Chamber website. In the menu, the first one says Chamber, and the bottom it says application. You fill it out there. There's also several events going on. As a reminder, the Citizen of the Year dinner is April 18th at the Glendora Country Club for Dr. Cliff Hamlow. Tickets are being purchased, tables are being purchased. Actually, it's more tables than individual tickets at this point. But they're only $85. You know, I mean, $85 you think is a lot, but it's really not with some of these dinners. Also, our State of the Schools. So again, I invite those graduating seniors back. You don't have to just be parents for that. State of the Schools would be at Citrus College, May 1st at 6:30. It is free to attend. And then also in May, we're having our annual Cuisines of the Foothills at Glendora Country Club. That one you have to be 21 or over to go to. There's a lot of food, drink, fun, and entertainment, and a whole bunch of stuff. So, and right now there's a discount on those tickets until the end of the month. So if you want to save some money, you can get your tickets now. But with that, there's just a ton going on. You know, we've had some staff changes where we have a new business development person working on our social media and different things, and it's actually working. Our membership is actually growing, which is pretty good in these days. So things are good in that way. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's positive, right? So with that, we're right up the street. If anyone needs us, Glendora Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Ms. Amaya from Athens, I only say that because I'm not sure I can read the first name, so I didn't want to mess it up. But Amaya, I know that name, and I had a neighbor once that was their name. So please.
I'll let Sam go first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Honorable Mayor, members
Welcome.
of the council, staff, and members of the community of the beautiful city of Glendora. My name is Sam Pena. I am a government affairs manager here for Athens Services, and we are your waste and recycle partner here in the beautiful city of Glendora. And for the last couple of months, I've had the pleasure of working with several directors to bring these programs into Glendora. And it is my pleasure today to introduce to you the new director here for the city of Glendora for Athens Services, Ms. Danea Amaya.
Well, hello, everyone. I've seen many of you before, so it's great to be back here. My name's Danea Maya. Like you mentioned, I'm one of the newest directors of government affairs for Athens Services. So it's really great to be back in the community and in the East San Gabriel Valley. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm excited to serve in this capacity, but also wanted to share some really exciting news with Earth Month in April. So Athens is hosting a free compost giveaway, and the event is taking place at Carlisle Linder Equestrian Center. It's going to be from 8 to 12 p.m. on April 6th, and it's open to Glendora residents, and we're encouraging drive-ups only. It's first come, first serve, and we know, as you know, it's a fan favorite event, so we want people to get there earlier and on time to ensure they get their compost. We have some flyers right here with additional information, but like I said, I'm one of the newest directors that will be serving the city of Glendora. Feel free to reach out to me directly. My email is damaya, DAMAYA, at athensservices.com, but just wanted to reintroduce myself in this capacity, and I'm so excited to continue to serve in our community and look forward to seeing you guys then. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We appreciate that. We really do. Those are all of the cards that I have. And I don't want to presume that everybody's happy, but hope you are. But if there's any need for you to speak while we go to Zoom, and if you want to speak, please come up and get a card. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
There is not here.
Okay, all right. And seeing no one here, I will close our public comment period and bring it back to dais. Michael, do you want to start?
Sure,
Comments?
Mayor. Thank you. So not to defend myself with Mr. Ho for last Thursday not being at LIGCOM, my day started out representing the city, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, traveling to Burbank to the League of California Cities Governance and Transparency, where we had a committee meeting where we discussed whether the state of California we're going to support the state of California divesting from petroleum in the pension funds. And or if on top of that, if we were going to have a two-tiered system with cities that want to opt out and cities that want to opt in. And it was a very close vote as far as completely saying no to the state and also giving cities a chance to be foolish and opt out. So with that being said, it passed for the to basically go against the state of California, say don't opt out, all comers are best because you got to protect the fund. Then right after that, traveling through traffic, you can imagine what it's like in the afternoon coming from Burbank back this direction to Monrovia. I had my COG meeting, and that started at 4, where we discussed a number of things. One was the AB 205, which is the utility tax based on your income, and which the city has already taken a stance on as far as opposing that, even though it's law. And then we also talked about AB 1999, which would remove that. And it's getting some traction. And it was unanimously voted to have a resolution of the COG to support AB 1999. So with that, I'm going to ask the city if we can send a letter in support of AB 1999 moving forward. I know we mentioned that within our letter that we had for AB 205, but I'd like to have a letter just in support of that.
Yeah, it would follow the normal legislative process that we have, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Then we also had a discussion, the League of California Cities, the governance at the COG about LaCasa. That's an LACAHSA. It's not La Casa. It's kind of confusing. And we had a presentation on basically government housing that they're trying to propose. They're trying to get off their feet right now to make this happen. And it's basically, in read between the lines, the government will basically do projects, if you will, and have housing for those in need. We don't know where quite the money's going to come from, but it was met with mixed reviews of what is going to happen as far as where is it going to be put, what cities, is it going to be overriding from city codes and ordinances and things of that nature. It was very unclear, and where they were going to get the money to do so. So that was an interesting conversation. It's going to be coming back to us at a later date. That's all I have, Mayor.
Michael, thank you. Gary, anything?
Sure. We've
Had a couple of events in the last week. A little over a week ago, we were able to celebrate Pi Day down at the Historic Museum. And I got to tell you, it's like every time I go in there, and I'm in there quite a lot, you find something new that you haven't seen before. But they're constantly rotating things around. But fun day, rainy day, so they moved us all inside. But it's something, if you get a chance, make sure if you haven't been to the museum, go in and check it out on a regular basis. We had a great wine walk in the village last week. If you were there, I'm sure you had a good time. If you weren't there, you missed out on it. The wine walk, actually, they limited the number of tickets that they sold, and they sold out of tickets because there's only so much wine that the businesses can pour that night. So, but anyway, a good night. The whole community came out and celebrated, and good event. We also had the opportunity last week to go to a luncheon to honor one of our residents, Christina Keener Ivy, the CEO of Top Billing Entertainment, was recognized by Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio as one of her choices for Woman of the Year for the 48th Assembly District. And it was a nice luncheon. This coming Saturday is the Easter egg hunt. Everybody be there, and I think everybody is there. There's an awful lot of kids. It takes place both at Finkbeiner and at Gladstone. The hunt starts at 8 o'clock or at 9 o'clock, but there's some good people out there serving pancakes beforehand, so you can get there early and enjoy pancakes. I did just want to give, one brief update. Proposition 1 was on the ballot for November 5th, and it appears to have passed by a very, very slim margin. But it's important that people understand exactly what it is. And, the whole idea behind Prop 1 is to invest more money into mental health in the entire state of California. And so the hope with this is that there's going to be some additional opportunities for mental health facilities around the state that have been closed up for quite some time. The state's going to be borrowing about $7 billion in order to fund these projects. So, but we need to keep our eye open, pay attention to what's going to be going on. And let's make sure we're at least heading in the right direction to help get some people off the street that need our help. So hopefully this will be a successful program. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I was going to mention already has been mentioned. Just one question related to the Easter egg hunt. A question that's been asked of me because of the possible forecast of rain. People have asked, is it still going to happen if it rains? So I just throw that out there for us to give some definitive advice to folks. So that's it.
Talking with staff from the Community Services, it's not the right name anymore. Recreation and Human Services. Sorry about that, John. We will have an event, whether it's a drive-by event or some other iteration of the Easter egg hunt. Should there be significant rainfall, we'll make that determination as the week goes along, and we'll make sure that we publish that across all of our mediums to ensure the public is educated. So we look forward to celebrating with you, rain or shine. We'll figure that out. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, just echoing, see you at the Easter egg hunt. Go find the Easter bunny. It's always a good picture. And, let's have a great holiday season and be safe during spring break if you are commencing on such soon. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I just want to echo what has been said about the wine walk. It was a lovely night, very full, festive, and thank you to everybody that took part in that. This past week, we had a employee week where we just recognized each and every one of them. We had several events during this entire week. We have 200 plus employees, and the city did just special little things that allowed them to hopefully feel that they're loved, that we appreciate them. And council really does that. And we want to just say thank you to each and every person that works, whatever that they do. We appreciate you, and keep up the excellent work. And I hope that you enjoy the snow cones and the casual day and just all of the fun stuff that HR planned, because you are worth it. So thank you for, that. Adam, could you just give kind of a brief update on logo? And I would encourage anybody that has concerns about that to go back a couple weeks ago. There was a presentation made on that. It was about a half hour long. It was a very in-depth look as to how we arrived at the point that we did. But Adam, can you just give us kind of a brief update on that?
Sure, happy to do so. Evening, Mayor and City Council. Just quickly, a couple weeks ago was a partial culmination of a process that started several months ago that included some pretty significant and robust public input about what makes Glendora Glendora. And the number one thing that came across were both the foothills, the community, and safety. The City Council had previously approved a contract with a third party that does this for a living. They do both some of PR and logo development. I think it's really important, though, a distinction is the city's not changing its city seal. City seal remains, it is unchanged and has been unchanged for many years. Simply an updating of the logo, which appears on a lot of our letterhead and letters. We also have some signage that will be updated. We went through why it was, and it sounded like Marcia, to her credit, understood quite a bit of the process that went through and talked about the logo design. So if anyone is curious or would like to know more, again, as you said, to go through on that meeting and listen to a pretty robust presentation where they, I think, give an incredibly accurate description of what Glendora is, and many of the comments you heard earlier this evening were captured in those comments. So including the color palette, which, goes from the various flowers in town to a historical acknowledgement of what the colors were way back when. So happy to provide any context information. I think one of the beautiful things, as the speaker said, is everyone has an opinion and not everyone agrees, and not everyone on the council agreed with it either. So it's just part of public debate, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, Adam. Thank you. I just want to say a couple more things. April the 24th is Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. I talked about that a couple weeks ago. Colleagues have tacitly agreed to sell 10 tickets each. At least a couple weeks ago, their heads were not nodding. I don't see that vigorous nod now, but I know maybe they've sold them. So April 24th, Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. It's always a wonderful time. 7 o'clock, the Country Club. Mr. Brian Clay will, be there to speak. He's just, a tremendous man, Olympic champion, and he will inspire you. So I hope that everybody will make a point to come. And this is a week of faith for many, many folks from separate faiths. And I hope that during this week, we can all pause and reflect grace and love and peace to each and every one, no matter what your faith is, and have a wonderful week. And as David said, have a very safe spring break. So thank you. With that, we will move on to city manager updates or city attorney updates. Adam, Danny, nothing? Okay. All right. Tonight we're going to have our quarterly update from GPD, and Captain Mike Randazzo will be presenting. I know a quarter ago, Captain Sabio was the one up here. So, Captain, it's great to have you here and sharing the good news and some insights as to what's happening in your neck of the woods. Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Thompson, members of council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present tonight. Up or down, right or left? Oh, there we go. Oops. All right, sorry about that. My goal tonight was to liven it up a little bit, but I already got one up by Mr. Ho, so 4 great student reports. I just wanted to celebrate some of the accomplishments at the police department lately. We have we expanded our chaplain program, some of our employee development, our department wellness, as well as our unmanned aerial system or drone program. So we expanded our chaplain program by 2 recently. So I'd like to introduce Police Chaplain Ron Clark. Ron comes to us, he's a priest at St. Dorothy's and has a great deal of experience. And we really are looking forward to what he can contribute to our police department. And also, I guess it'll catch up. Also, we hired Minister Ike Graham. He comes to us from the Foothill Church, where he's a minister. Again, super impressed by Mr. Graham. They are both just starting their integration and training into our department, but we're looking forward to having both of them contribute and be part of the team. And then, we've talked a lot about recruitment, selection, hiring, academy, training, the rigors that it takes to find somebody and how intense the process is and how difficult the process is, and months of selection, and for police officers, months in the academy, and then months of a training program. And so I really wanted to celebrate the successes of our trainees that are now full-time police officers. We have a saying that what we call somebody that goes 10-8 when they go in service in the field by themselves. And what that means is the police officers you see when they're in training, whether it be in the academy or selection process, or when they go to field training, they're with another officer and they can't work by themselves. It's a challenging training process that not all make, but when they pass that training, they respond to calls by themselves, they work autonomously, investigate crimes, make arrests, engage with the community, all the things that we typically think of, lights and sirens, saving lives. It's a big step when they go out in the field by themselves for the first time. So I wanted to celebrate 3 accomplishments. The first is Officer Anna Vasquez. Anna passed training January 31st. And she is a wonderful addition to our police department. She comes to us with previous experience from a local agency. She has years of experience both as a police officer and as a property and evidence person. She also ran very well at Baker to Vegas. We also hired our part-time SRO, Officer Crystal Goins. She passed training on March 14th. Again, she has a lot of experience, years and years of service with the previous department, where she was a full-time police officer as well as a school resource officer for that department. So she comes with a great deal of experience, did very well, and has hit the ground running. And she was just permanently deployed to our schools last week. She's been in training for some time, but everybody seems to love her at the schools, and we do too. So. And then lastly, we also had Officer Shannon Brewer, who passed training on February 1st. Shannon, again, we've been getting lucky with these laterals, and thank you for your support. Shannon has years of experience also at another previous agency where she worked full-time patrol, and she also had a expertise with traffic, both traffic enforcement and serious traffic collision investigations. And she is a joy and a bright light out there. So we are super excited to have Officer Shannon Brewer. Our next new employee comes to our wellness staff. She has a lot of family in law enforcement. She has family that works at the Garden Grove Police Department, Mono County Sheriff, Lakeside Fire Department, U.S. Capitol Police, and U.S. Border. She was hired on February 19th, 2024. She's a mother of 3. She came to us fully trained. She's 4 years old. She's sweet, she's social, and she's a great fit at our agency. And her name is Sugar, our new facility canine. Our facility dog was out there at the wellness events, and we just love her. She's super cool, and everybody seems to be enjoying the new wellness dog. Made a little bit of a joke about it, but this has been a long time coming, and this is not somewhere where we just pick up a puppy or some dog. She comes to us with a great deal of training. We actually stood the program up and selected PSR2 Dina Dahlstein as our facility canine handler. We're thrilled with the team. They're both getting accustomed to their new tasks, and lots of days they can both be seen at the police department, engaging with employees and making the place a lot better. So we're super excited about them. And lastly, our drone team, or our drone program that we stood up. This actually took a few months. The team is led by Sergeant Jacob Swan, and there's 3 corporals, Mike Howell, Sean Ward, and Mike Arana, and then 3 officers or detectives, Detective Mark Reyes, Detective Amin Kadami, and Officer Dylan Paulson. Also, they were selected. There was a competitive selection process. They were all selected for their attributes on the team, and we're super excited about the amount of work they put in and the program that they stood up. They had to write policy, create procedures, training. They all got licensed. There's a lot of different things that went into how this program came together, including the reporting and how we would store the data and all the legal aspects, and making sure that we had a good program. There's also a lot of thought to the privacy concerns of our community. Not to get in the weeds, but these drones aren't just going to be flying around looking at anything. They're going to be deployed for specific incidents, and with the law and the respective privacy of our community. These are some of the things that they will be deployed on: in progress crimes, missing persons, area searches, crime scene investigation, homeless surveys, search and rescue, disaster management, critical facility checks, wildfire risk assessment, and media and recruiting. We have 2 drones presently. That's a picture of them. There's a larger one that's about 8 pounds, and there's a smaller one that's about 2 pounds. Like I said, the capabilities of the drones are just outstanding. I know by the time we get them, they're not the latest and greatest, but for us with the 2 new drones, when we got them, they're brand new, and the capabilities are outstanding. And all of our drone operators went through the FAA's Part 107 certification, and all have received their drone operators certificates. And we have already deployed them a couple times, and it's greatly led to an increase in safety for our officers and the public. It's kind of like the K9 program, where just the presence sometimes allows us to identify a suspect and get them to surrender without us even having to do anything except for say, "We see you, the helicopter here, the drone here, the dog here. We see you, it's over, just give up." And oftentimes they do, which is super for us, super for our community, and super for them. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Captain, thank you. And congrats on the recent run that you and the team made, Bigger to Vegas. Rumor is that you ran the last leg and you were a rock star.
Well,
I'm choosing to believe that. So
sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. So great job by you and everybody that ran and supported you guys.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a little bit older and I'm just fast enough to get on the team, but the other 19 people that ran were excellent athletes, and
that's great.
My voice is still a little bit up from the cold, dry air at 4 o'clock in the morning, but It was a great time, and it was just great. So congratulations to the team for putting that together.
Well, thank you. Questions for the captain? Karen? Anything? David?
No, thank you.
Gary?
Nope, good.
Michael?
So thank you for selecting Father Ron. It looks like I'm gonna get a break for confession for about a week for hiring him. But I do have a few questions. It came up at our meeting with the league about Freedom of Information Act for drones. That was a real hot topic. We spent quite a bit of time on that. Have you or the department received many requests for that information?
Not yet. We've only had the program up and running for about a month. So no, we haven't received any, but we've been monitoring that, getting legal advice and watching what's happened with the other cities that have been either inundated with PRAs or been sued over them. So we've tailored our program to accomplish our mission, but also being mindful of the legal aspects of it. Typically the agencies that are flying them more in a patrol way and responding on calls lots of times before officers are getting more challenged on that. And so we tailored our program to emphasize safety and information, and the way we deploy is not different than every agency, but we're very much on the conservative side.
Thank you for that. So all of us here have been on ride-alongs. We've been with Citizens Academy, with Citizen Academy, and we know many of the officers, and you know, we work back and forth with a lot of them, and you know, have a good time and everything. Can we be more involved without violating POBAR or anything of that nature? Because, you know, I occasionally will stop in, bring some donuts or chat with some folks or whatever, say hello. And I know that, you know, we've been very supportive of the PD with anything you folks need or want, and I know the community has as well. Is there anything more as a council that we can be more involved without stepping over any lines that we have?
I think everything that you talked about, we need to continue, and ride-alongs are surely appreciated. Sometimes different officers have different thoughts over them, but I know you are all very busy, and we try to convey your support as much as we can, because sometimes our line level people don't see that, and they're busy doing their job, and they're busy doing their job well, and sometimes they don't realize how much you actually support us. So we try to be the cheerleaders of that and let them know what's actually happening. But I think we can do a better job messaging that and communicating with them. All of you obviously are always welcome to come by. We appreciate you stopping by almost on a weekly basis. But yeah, there's some good communication to be had, and I think it's something that we can expand on in the future.
One last question I have is, we have a lot of younger folks in, and we have the society right now with issues with PD in general, not just us, but in general. Is there a respect issue out there that you have with the general public, and how that affects or works with our officers out there in the field? Is it becoming more dangerous because of, it seems to me, lack of respect for law enforcement? And how do you counter that? And how you deal with that? And how does your officers deal with that?
That's a big answer. Yeah, I mean, our world, our community has changed over the years. I think will continually change. You know, back in the day when I started 30 years ago, if we said stop police, most of the time they stopped, and lots of times that doesn't happen now. The way we address that is the people we hire, the maturity of the people we hire, our training program, our community. Yes, we have to handle things a little bit differently, and we de-escalate a lot more, and we communicate a lot more, and we have a lot more patience. I mean, sometimes things have to happen, but yeah, the job is constantly changing, but it always kind of stays the same, and that's mutual respect and communication. And no matter what happens, and no matter how inappropriate sometimes our community acts, we don't fall into that game. We remain professional. We treat everybody the way they should be treated, and we act mature, and we problem solve, and we make the situation better, not worse.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
All right, Captain, thank you. Please convey to the troops that we really appreciate them. Appreciate them for all of their hard work, the sacrifice which they, you know, make, the danger that they stand there to protect us from. So thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 7, Julie Linger. Always love your smile and energy that you bring to any topic. And this one is really important as we are able to share among ourselves and be briefed on very important stuff. So the rave
Exciting new
alert.
technology.
Yes, it is. It is exciting. Thank you, Julie.
Hello, Mayor and council members. So tonight I'm going to talk about Rave Alert, our new mass notification system. Okay, let me just to give you a little background. Currently, we use Nixle as our mass notification system, and we've been using this since 2013. It assisted with our Colby fire. We created a group that residents affected by the fire could opt into, and it worked well when we had to deal with evacuations and getting out communication specifically to those areas. Since this time, since 2013, we only have about 20,000 users that have signed up for Nixle. So that's not even half of Glendora's population. So in 2022, the state contracted with Rave Mobile Safety to become the platform for their next generation 911 alert and warning system. This is part of the state's plan to next generation 911 is a digital IP based system, and it's a part of the state's plan to convert all the 911 analog systems over to digital. As a part of this, with transferring it over to a digital system, it will enhance the 911 services. It'll allow photos, voice, videos, text, all to be sent to 911. Currently, we do have, you can send text, but it's going to allow for videos and pictures. And it will also help manage call overload, natural disasters, and 911 transfers. Included in this state contract, they have offered all cities in California the mass notification system for free. The state really would like to get everybody on board with the same mass notification system, so it's consistent across the state. They've even suggested templates, so when alerts get sent out, it's consistent no matter where you are. So if you're up north and there's a disaster, it's going to look the same. The alert will look the same as if you're down here. So they are encouraging every city to switch over. It's a new process. They're working on it, but it's free. And it's a lot of really neat technology that Nixle doesn't have. We already have 14,500 users in the system. Those are just landline users that they upload. By the end of this week, we should have thousands more because they are going to upload all wireless users that are registered in Glendora. So if you have a wireless phone and a Glendora address registered to it, it will get uploaded into our system. So by the end of the week, we probably should have more users in the new system than we had in Nixle that we've had for 10 years. Let's go here. So how it works. If you remember with Nixle, you text 888-999 and your zip code. It's similar. So residents can text, the number's not as easy to remember. It's 76283. If you text Glendora to 67283, it's going to bring up a screen. It will automatically, if you do that text, it will automatically, you will automatically receive alerts. But it will also give you, text it right now, you'll see it. It's really cool.
Did you?
But
I'm
it will
going to
also,
interrupt you. I did it Sunday. If
Did
I
you?
could do it, it's easy. Do it.
okay, yes. Everybody do it before you leave tonight. That'll be a handful more users. But with this too, you can opt in, and I don't know if any of you are opt in to other systems. You opt in and then all of a sudden you're getting text for everything. This system, like I said, you automatically will receive emergency alerts, but if you set up your profile, you can opt in to get traffic advisories, community events, community notices. And then it's going to prompt you also to set up the profile. There's a lot of questions on that profile. You can answer as many of those questions as you want, or as few of those questions as you want. They encourage you to create a safety, they call it a safety profile for your family. And what this does is it allows you can include family pictures in your profile. You can include medical conditions. If you have disabilities, access and functional needs, language barriers, if you have transportation issues, you can put all this information into the system. What it does ultimately, if someone dials 911 from that cell number profile, that goes to dispatch, and dispatch can access that immediately, which will it'll assist with emergency response for officers and natural disasters. An example I can think is if you have someone living at your residence that has a medical condition, maybe they call 911 and nothing is said. it will pop up on the screen saying these residents live here, they have this medical condition. So when we transfer to fire and we send police, we may have an idea more of what's going on at that house. If you have a child, let's say a 2-year-old, and you've uploaded your pictures and you call 911 frantic, my child's missing. If you create your profile, we can have that picture immediately of your child and dispatch it or send it to our officers so they have it immediately. And maybe we find the child before we even get to the house. So it's a lot of really neat technology coming on board. The pictures currently, it's going to be about mid-April before that part will kick into dispatch. Right now, we want to get people set up and get those profiles created. And I'm going to say by the end of April, we'll allow an extra 2 weeks. It should be on board with dispatch too. So this stuff will be sent directly there. And real quick with the implementation. So what we're going to do is I'm going to send a Nixle, our last Nixle alert to all our Nixle users saying that we will be switching to Rave, and it will have the link. I know that was a bad statement. They're not losers, but Rave is way better. Rave is way better. But they will get that link, and they'll get that link. They can click on it and they can set up the profile there, and it will automatically switch them to that new system. So we will catch everybody, if we haven't already, with the stuff that's already been imported to the system. We will catch everybody with that. And hopefully we'll update some of our information too. Maybe we have people who are probably in that Colby impact area that don't live there anymore. So when they get it, they can opt out, and it will be more accurate count of who we actually have. So we're going to send that Nixle alert, tell everyone we're switching. We're going to have Greg Morton's going to replace everything on our city website saying it's all switching over to Rave, and then we will do a social media opt-in campaign to promote it. But like I said, by the end of the week, we probably will have more users in there than we currently have in Nixle. So it should be a good thing. That is the conclusion of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Questions from anybody?
Really?
Karen?
I was going to say, since you gave props to the captain, you definitely need to give props to Julie Linger, because she killed her time. She improved it over last time.
Did you
at Baker
really?
to Vegas, and it had a longer, harder leg. So
Fantastic.
shout out. to Julie.
Congratulations.
We are part of the old crew, though. These
huh?
newbies need to replace us. They're half our age, and why are we the ones running? That's all I
Yeah,
know.
really. So what does RAVE stand for? That's probably a really
No,
stupid question.
It
but-
doesn't. It doesn't. I know I have it in all caps. It's not an acronym for
Okay.
anything. It's just Rave.
RAVE. Okay.
Rave alert.
That's good. That's good.
Anything else?
Questions? David, Gary, Michael,
Okay.
please.
So thank you. I'm sure your boys keep you energized, right?
Gotta run.
Gotta run away.
Yes. Yes.
So you just punch in the number and then you put your address?
No, if you text Glendora to that number, it's gonna request a profile. So it's gonna want your name, it's gonna want your address, and then it will start requesting more information.
Okay, so you actually put the number in for as far as where it's going? So it didn't prompt me for anything.
So on the part where you would type in a phone number, the
Yes.
text, you put the 67283,
Yes.
and then you typed Glendora.
After that? All right.
Put Glendora in the message area,
did.
and you hit send.
Yeah,
What
let
did
me-
it get?
Let me,
I got,
didn't-
I'm sorry. I got.
It didn't, here.
Oh, you put your address. Don't.
Just put Glendora?
So for those people that are watching from home, Michael is getting a tutorial that
And Mayor,
is-
we were wondering if Mr. Ho could come back
Oh,
to the meeting.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
that his 9-year-old grandson could probably help,
He's
help
got it.
him with.
He's
but-
got it.
I got it. So my other real question is,
Oh, real question now. Okay.
you're going from analog to digital, how much space are you freeing up?
Oh my gosh. I need IT to save me on this.
Analog. to
A lot?
A lot.
Good, perfect.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Great answer.
It's free. It's free.
Great, yes.
I don't know how much. Yeah. It's cloud.
Do we host it here?
No, no.
Okay,
No.
all right.
It's, yeah, we're just this part of this huge contract with the state. It
Okay.
won't be hosted here.
All right. Thanks, Julie.
Right.
Julie, thank
So
you.
flyers how to do it out there too,
Great.
on the way out.
Excellent job. All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to consent calendar. We can enact items 8 through 12. I understand that item 10 is going to be pulled. There's some questions on that. Do we want to go ahead and approve items 8 to 12, excluding 10? There is a motion by Karen and second by Gary Boyer to do that. Are we okay?
Does
with
N
that?
need to be pulled for a
The-
separate vote or is it just a question?
David, do you want to
Question.
split or?
I just a
Okay,
couple of questions.
Then why don't we
No,
just
pull it.
do that first?
But I do have a correction I'd like to make on the minutes for February 27th. The recognition of Mr. Aguirre was by the San Gabriel District of the Greater Los Angeles Area Scouting, not Troop 483. They were participants, but not the sponsor.
Very good.
And the clerk has some dialogue, so other than that, it's fine. A question on 10, on the police cars. No challenge to that, except understanding and recognizing the resource to find another model, because the police interceptor from Ford has been backlogged for a very long time. Manufacturing, Ford has admitted this. So we have 3. I understand we may have some other in the fleet that are approaching or need to replace now. But I've also been advised there's 5 more in the order queue. So people are wondering, correct me, sir, if I'm wrong, but I believe there are other units in the pipeline that are deemed replaceable, and the orders are in place to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. That is correct. So we have had some challenges getting the Ford Explorers. As you know, this started back in COVID, then with the supply chain issues, and then obviously they went through the strike that has made things very difficult. So we're not the only ones. I think when it comes to the police vehicles, this is kind of a nationwide thing that everybody's dealing with, trying to get these Fords. We do have a couple that we ordered back in May of last year that we got notice that they have been moved into production. We're hoping that those, I believe it's 6, will be delivered third quarter this year. So we're waiting on those. In the meantime, we were made aware of these Durangos that were available. We currently have 3 in the fleet with PD right now. So this is 3 more. We got confirmation today from Dodge that the first Durango is actually in production right now and they're assembling the vehicle. So those should actually come fairly soon. We also placed our orders in December of 23 for 2025 delivery of, I believe it was 4 more Explorers. Ford did not take any orders for 2024. So they canceled most of what they had out there for 23, canceled all orders for 24. So we are in queue for more in 25. We're hoping by 2025, Ford gets a little bit better with their delivery, but it has been a challenge not only for us, but anyone that's out there looking for any kind of a police vehicle.
Thank you. So our replacement challenges are certainly supply related, not decision related on our part.
100% supply related, correct.
And one last question, looking at the value of the purchase order, there is an additional expected fees, expenses to outfit the cars with the plug and play items and the equipment and the transferable equipment. So there's some value to that as well.
Yes, sir, there is. We usually average between $12,000, maybe $15,000 per vehicle for the final upfitting of those, for the light bars, the computer, the cages that go in the back, seats on some occasions, and other electronics, the mounting hardware that holds the computers and those different things as well. We do have the advantage with Ford, if they don't change too much in the model, we can use many of the same parts can transfer over. Because these are going to be new Durangos, we won't be transferring as many of the parts over because they're not coming from a Ford to do that. So there'll be some parts that we need to get. So there will be some additional for our in-house upfitting of the vehicles to get them ready to put into service.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions.
Bill, thank you for that. Captain, were you wanting to add anything? I saw you walk up here, so I didn't want to. Okay. Great, thank you. Okay. Michael, sure.
Because remember, we both were going to pull it, but since he pulled it, I'll ask a question.
Sure, sure.
So my question's actually for PD. Thought you got away.
Sorry about that, Captain.
So I know we have a number of, we have some other Dodges out there, I guess, but do we have any other Dodge out there on patrol? My concern would be is since we have the Ford Explorers and you have a different platform you're putting out there, the officers, are they, is there going to be any challenges with a different vehicle, how they handle?
No, we do not currently have any Dodges that are black and white patrol vehicles. But when our public works director went over all the reasons, the supply chain and I mean, COVID, this goes back quite a ways. So when we were looking at options, we looked at all the different models of police vehicles. We looked at Explorers, we looked at Durangos, we looked at about 3 other makers. We also looked at the training and went to our emergency vehicle operations centers to see if there was different training or see if there was something substantial that was going to be at risk when our officers were going to go into a different car. You know, like airlines, you fly 737, you don't fly anything else. And now we're going to have 2 different makers on the line. So we considered all that. There's not too much difference. There's not going to be a different EVOC training for each individual officer. There will just be an orientation, and we're confident that we'll be safe with the configuration of the vehicles that we're getting.
So they don't react too dissimilar in their power?
No, I mean, they're obviously different, but no, there's not a big change that we have to do something where we're going to have Dodge certified officers and Ford certified officers. They're going to get their initial training in it, and we feel that will be comparable.
I know that we often have to change out vehicles for various different reasons. What are some of the reasons? Basically just wearing out, or?
Yeah, our fleet is, because of all these delays and all these issues, we just got way behind the curve. So 75% of our fleet is up they're over 6 years old, and most of those vehicles have over 100,000 miles on them. So we're just wearing them out. We've actually since we're not able to get any new vehicles, we've been repairing vehicles that we typically would just replace, but with the lack of replacements, we've just making them go farther and farther, longer and longer, more miles. So there's a great deal of our fleet that needs to be replaced immediately.
Any number, an idea how many the number of that, how many more vehicles we need to replace in the near future?
Well, the idea is to get on a planned replacement and to buy 5 vehicles each year and cycle them into service. So because right now we've got into a situation where we have a lot of vehicles that are past their life, and we're just pushing them along and making them still go. The plan for the future will be to replace a small number of units every year, so we can just have a constant turnover, so we can age them at the same time and not get in this situation again.
So we will be seeing that in the near future, a schedule of replacement?
Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Everybody good? Okay, motion has been made by Karen, seconded by Gary. Please vote, and the clerk will call an oral roll call.
Councilmember Elowitz,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Finno,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, great, thank you. Item number 13, update on our sister city update, and presenting that will be our city manager, Adam Raymond.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. A brief update for me this evening, just a quick recap. In January, late January, the City Council discussed at the request of council members Boyer and Davis to re-engage conversation on the city's sister city programs, including sister cities in Japan and Mexico, and also to talk about Mocha Japan's 70th anniversary celebration, which the city's been invited to. So the City Council had pretty robust discussion and provided staff direction to re-engage conversations and work with the Glendora Sister City Association, and appointed the 2 council members previously mentioned to that group and to report back. The group had their first meeting, I believe, on February 20th, and provided the council members with a general update about the activities of the association, including them seeking nonprofit status, which apparently expired sometime in 2013. We were notified last week that the Sister City Association is also reached out to our sister city in Mexico and is looking to establish a more formal communication between their elected officials in the upcoming quarter. As it relates to MOCA's 70th anniversary, City Council directed staff to set aside $50,000 for the upcoming trip and celebration, and directed staff to come back with what that threshold meant. Talking with the Sister Cities Association, it appears that they will send 4 individuals, 3 members of the association, and 1 member is bringing their sister and a guest who's been to Japan before as part of the Sister City Exchange for Glendora Unified Schools. We were notified that the school district would not be sending any individuals, that both the principals from our 2 middle schools will be going back in July as part of the school exchange. The city with a $50,000 budget can send between 10 and 12 individuals to MOCA, Japan for their anniversary. A tentative itinerary includes a flight leaving October 2nd and a flight which means you would land the 3rd, and then a flight coming home on the 8th and the 9th. However, it is also possible for individuals to leave the 6th. One complicating factor in all of this is a city council meeting October 8th. So if there was a longer trip, then depending on who attends, that we could look at either setting a special city council meeting or canceling that city council meeting. The good news is we're 6 months down the line here, so we have plenty of time. In terms of flights, flights through a travel agent that the school district has used to help them with an individual from MOCA who works for the city of MOCA, Japan, puts price range in the $900 to $1,200 amount, depending on the airport and time of flight. Hotels range an average of $100 to $300 a night, depending on occupancy. A little bit different than American hotels. Hotels in Japan tend to be by number of people who stay in a hotel, not just the average daily room night. It also depends between a futon and an American style bed. So all things that we can work out depending on the contingent. So the direction mayor and council staff needs this evening is what individuals or what general terms would you like us to utilize when selecting the 10 to 12 individuals who can make the trip? We can look at council members, we can look at council members and a guest, we can look at certain staff members, we can look at members of the Sister City Association if the city council wants to invite them. And really, however the city council wants to do this, we would look to make the reservations and plan pretty quickly. We had a representative from MOCA, Japan visit us last week who met several of you at a couple of the activities in town and has assured us this week that rooms are available and we need to start doing that ASAP. So the city will pick up obviously anticipated costs of travel and some activities, and MOCA Japan's offered to pick up all transportation and food for lunch and dinner on those nights. Typically breakfast is included with your hotel stay. So with that, Mayor, happy to answer any questions, and I know the 2 council members have also participated in meetings as well.
I think it'd be appropriate to start out with Karen and Gary, since they were the ones appointed to orchestrate or at least give some guidance to this. So Karen, any thoughts on what Adam just said?
No, one thing I did want to point out is I believe that it's still the same tree. Outside City Hall here is the sakura tree, the cherry blossom tree that's blooming right now. That was a gift from MOCA. They actually gave us several trees, but I think that's one of the few surviving ones. So when you go by City Hall, check out the beautiful tree that's blooming right now. No, I think it's important for us to participate in the 70th anniversary, and I know they're very excited to host us there. So Gary and I spoke with the committee, and they're working on the MOCA plans and also our sister city in Mexico, reestablishing that relationship. So,
okay,
Mr. Boyer.
Yeah, Gary.
Not really anything to add. Our meeting was more of an update. That we were brought up to speed on what had happened up until now. As far as the direction, what as to how to choose who would go, I'm not sure exactly what you're going to be looking for, but it would be, has been any conversation with staff about people that may be interested in going?
I can assure you, we will find whatever number of staff the city council wants to say that they will pay for. So I don't think that's going to be the challenge here. So, I have heard from several staff members that would be excited to go. And I see there's jockeying in the back of the room over here, so. You know, I don't know if the same rules apply in different countries, so.
No, that's all I had.
Okay. I would certainly at least propose that we consider offering for the council to go. I think that's an appropriate statement of our support for the relationship, not only that we've had with the schools for 35 or 40 years, but with MOCA itself. And I would also encourage spouses to be able to attend, because I think that they will be expected to be a part of whatever the celebration is. I certainly would think that our city manager or assistant CM should be part of that group, and or at the discretion of our city manager, any appropriate staff. Those would be my thoughts. Michael, and then I'll end with David, and then we can banter it around or leave it with staff.
I think we can leave it with staff, but do we know if if the hotels are in MOCA or if they are outside the city? Because last time we heard that they were pretty much all booked up.
Or told inside the city based on our last conversation this week.
I don't have a lot of
Okay.
questions.
David?
Yeah, no questions, and I'll kind of roll with whatever the direction is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I don't.
We
I don't
will
have a
make it up
direction
as we go along. How about that? Yeah.
Offer, so.
All right. I think if it's helpful, Mayor and Council, I can inquire with each of the council members on their intention and how they would like that process to go. That may be an easier way to go about this. We'll start with the council, and then subject to those conversations, we'll talk about with staff. Does that work for all of you?
Sure.
Okay. The request from MOCA City is that if we do bring staff members, that they come from, I have to work to see if any departments are available. We've long talked about an exchange program with staff members. So we're looking to do that in 25, where we'll send 2 staff members and they'll send 2 staff members to us in areas like engineering or planning, and get some real life experience how they do certain things. So see the chief walking back there. Maybe he wants to volunteer, and we'll talk about policing there too. So I'm happy to do this and figure this out. While it's a ways away, I think as the council member just said, there are some rooms that we have to book ahead of time.
Okay.
Does that work for all of you?
It sounds good.
Mayor needs to let you know if he wants a futon or a Western style.
I can already assume. So
Yeah, you don't have to assume that about me.
futon it is then. All right.
Futon it is.
So I do have one question is, do you want us to come back at a later date once we figure out their itinerary with that council meeting on October 8th? Or do we all plan to be back by October 8th?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be, for lack of a better word, not respectful to our guest. And if they would like to have us extend a few days, then I think that would be a very appropriate thing in light of the cultural expression that we want to make and we want them to feel about us. But
the city of MOCA cares so much about its relationships that they actually established a Department of Sister City Relations. So
yeah,
they would like very much to show the council, the city, and the new city hall, the new facilities and the new boardrooms and around the town. I think they would very much, outside of their anniversary celebration,
right.
Sister cities from 2 other countries will be there as well. And I think they are also planning some extended stays. So if that's the case, we will come back and look at either a makeup date for a city council meeting or determine what
Good.
that looks like.
But this date's on the 3rd of October, right? And our meeting's on the 8th. We have
Fly out
plenty
the
of time.
3rd, though, we don't, or you fly out the 2nd, don't land to the 4th. And if the celebrations are end and you stay 2 more days, you fly back and then you land the day of potentially of a council meeting.
But you land the same day you leave.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
That
so
council meeting could be really short.
Real short.
Yeah, it's
Double lining there.
yeah,
I
time
think you could go ahead and look at
alternative
changing.
dates. Okay. So we're happy to do that. And you never know, some people are halfway around the world. They may want to go to other places, when they're out there as well.
Yeah,
So
sure.
we will work that all out with all of you individually, and we'll come back, and once we have it all squared away, we'll talk about the number of people and what we're gonna do.
Beautiful, beautiful. Staff, are you all good with that?
I'm gonna be a popular person after this, I
Most
think.
attentive points the staff has ever had on a council meeting when
Hans wants to talk about planning, you'll see all kinds of fun
How
stuff.
about we raffle off 2 tickets?
their eyes and smiles are really good. So, okay. All right, so
Got it.
So you're good with
Yep.
that? Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item 14, approve a contract with PlaceWorks Inc. for technical planning assistance to develop the Glendora Station Area Vision Plan. And there's a lot more to read here, but I'll just skip down Danny, I'm sure, I hope I'm not breaking any significant laws, but within the half-mile radius around the Glendora Metro Station area for an amount not to exceed 179,977 plus a contingency of 10% or 17,998 for a total not to exceed amount of 197,975. Project number PLN 22-0059. I think I got the salient points of what we're talking about. If that is true. And to report out is Hans. Hans, welcome. Appreciate you being here, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and apologize for the word soup title there. So I am pleased to be here tonight to ask council to approve a professional services contract with PlaceWorks to create a vision plan for the 1/2 mile area around the Glendora A-Line station. Goal 1 of the strategic plan calls for implementing strategic economic development. And objective 4 of that goal calls for creating a vision and development plan for the village/Gold Line area. This vision plan will implement most of that objective. To fund this planning effort, the city previously applied for and was awarded a $200,000 reimbursement grant from LA Metro under their Transit-Oriented Communities Technical Assistance Program, or TOCTAP, you'll hear it referred to as. The city previously entered into a funding agreement with Metro last year for this program. Funding for the station area vision plan includes a local match of $20,000 in staff time for a total project cost not to have exceeded $220,000. The stationary vision plan is scoped to receive technical planning assistance to build community consensus towards a preferred development scenario, make code recommendations, and provide some design alternatives to accommodate required housing and the development that we expect will happen within that 1/2 mile radius around the Glendora station. PlaceWorks, if selected, will coordinate the work with their current work developing objective design standards for the city for all development types. The station area vision plan advances the following Metro policy goals, which are to engage organizations, jurisdictions, and the public, distribute transit benefits to all, and capture value created by transit. So there was a formal request for proposals, and PlaceWorks submitted and received passing scores from our evaluators. Staff recommended moving forward and recommends moving forward with PlaceWorks for this TOCTAP Glendora Station Metro Vision Plan. The planning work will take around 2 years to complete, and the final documents were reviewed by Planning Commission for a recommendation and adoption by City Council after they go through a public engagement process. Here's the actual funding amounts and sources. So PlaceWorks, the reimbursement grant was for $200,000 with $20,000 in local match. PlaceWorks provided us with a budget, an estimate of just under 180,000, just a little bit under that. And that's what the contract will say with a 10% contingency. So, kind of in summary, the Glendora Station area, including the village, is receiving substantial investment in terms of transportation and mobility improvements, and will face development and redevelopment pressures in the future. The area within walking distance of the Glendora Station is especially important to meeting Glendora's housing element RHNA numbers. Staff believes that it's possible it is over 1,000 residential units, including mixed-use development, could develop within that 1/2 mile of the station in the coming years and decades. So, we believe it's important to get ahead of the development with a consensus-driven vision plan, articulating and broadcasting the type of development the city is seeking for this area. Eventually, this plan will form the basis of regulatory and code updates to help implement the vision. It will also inform the future update to the city's general plan land use element coming in, I think, 2027-ish, and up future code changes. So staff recommends council approve the contract with PlaceWorks. And also Alan Loomis is here from PlaceWorks to answer questions as well. And I'm here to answer questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Hans. Appreciate that. And just for the public should know that the goal line should be done by January 5 of 25, and the station and everything should be done. The train will not be running until probably middle of 25. So this is just something that we're prepping and getting ready for. And I think this is very appropriate that you're here tonight for us to talk about this. So just some context kind of about the goal line and everything. So with that, Michael, questions?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Hans, for your presentation. I had some issue with the staff report of understanding really what the scope of work was. We had our briefing this morning and we got a little more information on that to help kind of give the vision of what it is. And still, it's a little bit less vague, a little vague for me as far as what we're going to be doing. In the past, we did a visioning with SLO, San Luis Obispo, of what that could have looked like south of the tracks. And is any of that going to get incorporated to what PlaceWorks is going to be doing as far as their visioning as well? And are we going to, I know we also did some in the past where we did some things with the streets for bicycle lanes and things that wasn't necessarily well received. What's the overall scope of what we're going to receive back?
Sure. And I'd be happy to invite Alan up here to answer this with me. But part of this is going to be an analysis of what existing plans and things are in place for that area now. So what have we already done? And then from there, they're going to, we'll look at that. What did we like? What didn't we like? There's the public engagement component where we're going to sort of hear in from City Council and Planning Commission as well, in various meetings, which are part of this contract, if approved. And so we'll analyze the existing conditions, existing regulatory environment, if you will, existing plans. And then this is really going to be looking at kind of that land use component. We've got a lot of work, obviously, on the transportation and mobility side in that 1/2 mile area, again, that sort of radius. And that also touches some of the village as well. So any sort of work done around that in the village could be incorporated into things looked at in this. Then the idea here is that there will be, I believe it's 3 in the document, development scenarios prepared as like alternatives to sort of after they've looked at the existing regulatory stuff, the existing plans, and we've gone through that engagement effort, and then they will prepare with the input of staff 3 development alternatives or scenarios that we can then bring to Planning Commission and City Council to look at, and then through that process, ideally choose a preferred scenario. So, one of the things that we had hoped with this and will get are going to be some, density analysis, some graphics and visuals that will help us sort of in council, sort of envision what that area can look like. So it's not just going to be text and words and tables and data, but also some images and graphics and urban design type stuff. And then that can kind of, when we're looking at TOD development, the idea here, one of the benefits I think of having PlaceWorks do this is that can then go kind of with our objective design standards, which will be coming later as well, that we're working on so that they can be consistent with each other for that and then tailored for that area, if you will.
So, and part of that before he comes up, maybe staff can help with this as well, is 2 years to do this. Why so long? And as Mendel mentioned, that, we're going to be anywhere from 6 months to 8 months after the train has already come through. And I know that we have the piece of land that Metro owns, and they're going to be disposing of that. Is that, well, how's the timing that going to be? We're going to be after the fact that they're going to maybe be disposing it, or at the same time? All this plays into work, so the timing issue.
Sure. So, the current scope, we will look at that. One of the things is, in terms of the timeline, is the original timeline, our tasks, we sort of estimated, it seemed like an appropriate amount of time to work on each subtask. And that actually gets approved by Metro. Metro, though, so if you may have noticed in there that, we're going to have to adjust that timeline anyway, based on tonight, now that we're awarding the contract. One of the things that we'll work with PlaceWorks on is preparing an updated project schedule to hit all of those tasks that need to be done. And, we would like to, it may be possible to try to get this a little bit faster time, maybe get it down to like late 25 or something like that. But the process does take, does take time to, set up, there's meeting packets, there's getting rooms for public engagement. There's, we have Earth Day coming up. That's the thing where we have to prepare some materials and have tables out there. So these things do take some time. I don't know if Alan would like to add to sort of maybe their capacity to condense some of that stuff, and any changes we make will have to get approved by Metro as well. So once we do get an updated timeline, whatever that be, we'll send that to Metro to approve.
Be compartmentalized as far as the southern portion of that, and as you work way north, as Metro does their disposition of the property.
The council member, if I can, and if you wouldn't mind, since you were up here, please speak about the form, sort of, we're going through the look and the feel of what future development would be. Do you mind talking about how your work in that area will also influence this work as well, and sort of talk about the timeline and horizon of all of that, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, I had a conversation with Hans this morning, and he said, get it all done by the end of 2025. So both this project and the work we're doing on the objective design standards. So I said, yeah, we can do that. So the current work we're doing with the objective design standards, and we're kind of going through some iterations of kind of draft standards with staff. We're beta testing that with some current development and having all the staff ask a lot of good questions of us. The work that we've provided. So we're in that process right now. We're aiming to have something that we can unveil to the public, and share with the kind of development community and the public process of that scope in spring, summer of this, well, relatively soon, summer of this year. So the timing of that works out very well in the sense that we will have some draft standards that would apply citywide, that then if we were selected tonight to start this work, we'll be able to then start tailoring those standards to the specifics of the development around the train station itself. To your question, we definitely look at everything you've done in the past and take that into consideration. What I have found in my planning practice is often I'm dusting off plans that are about 10 years old and saying, this is a really good idea. We need to tweak it a little bit, but it makes a lot of sense still today, and let's just keep going forward with it. So we give a lot of respect to the previous work you've done, especially if there's been public outreach and participation involved in that. So that answers that question. Relative to the timing of Metro and the disposition of their land, I think you will still be ahead of them. My understanding is Metro has so much land across their system that they're trying to unload, if you will, or kind of enter into joint development agreements, that they have a massive backlog, that they have 20 plus properties. And what they've decided to do is they're issuing an RFQ list, statement of qualifications from interested developers. That list, then only the developers who make that list will then be asked to submit proposals for the 20 plus odd properties that they need to develop as they get the lines up and running and they no longer need that land for construction staging. That still means they have to go through 20 individual development applications and evaluations. It's just that they're not going to throw them out to the entire open market. They're going to have a short list. And so it will take years. I think that they will still be a long ways behind you in the timeline that we've proposed here. That being said, if you look at the details of the schedule we've proposed, we'd like to get through all the kind of alternative visioning and outreach and kind of policy direction by the end of this calendar year, so that by January, February, roughly a year from now, you've got an administrative draft plan for what you intend to do that can start making its way through kind of formal hearing process saying this is our intention. So that should somebody start getting excited about Metro showing up and saying, hey, we want to develop land around there, you can say, well, we've got a draft plan. We'd like you to be consistent with that draft plan. So you'll be still ahead of the curve on that. One of the things that we think will be helpful in our work product is that, as the city manager said, we will be presenting a lot of visuals of what the possibilities of the development should look like, the character of the buildings, the nature of this, how they're going to relate to the streets. I think Vermont, for example, has a lot of potential to be really transformed. Part of that's because Metro has a big piece of land sitting on Vermont. So we'll be giving you a lot of those visuals, which will also help put you and your staff in a kind of driver's seat about what kind of development you want to see from the development community as they start positioning themselves to take advantage of Metro arriving into the city. So
Will you have a working relationship with Metro through this process?
we definitely will. We are currently doing a very similar almost an identical project in the city of Artesia. And so we've had a number of meetings and interactions with Metro staff there. They've made it clear they intend to review our work. They comment on things we've done, make corrections. So we're used to that process. The biggest challenge with working with Metro and we'll be helping out Hans is their reporting requirements are really quirky. So when Hans has to submit his quarterly reports, then we kind of know what we need to provide in our kind of reimbursement backups to make sure it doesn't get kicked back.
Okay,
So
great.
that's been
Thank
an
you.
interesting learning experience.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Happy to answer any other questions.
Michael, are you done? Good. Okay. Gary.
Um,
No, I didn't want to cut you off.
Sure you did.
No, I did not.
That's okay. You can cut him
off.
Question I have, we have a number of first mile, last mile projects that are in the works that are subject to us finding funding. Will those be taken into consideration because it could change based on whether or not we're able to find the funding to move forward with those projects?
We will, in our work, thinking about the station area and the kind of land use development, work with your staff to see what your first mile, last mile projects are that are on the books. And we'll most likely just assume those are kind of moving forward depending. And, if those cannot get funded and they need to be adjusted, we can kind of adapt accordingly. But our kind of starting assumption was you've already made an investments in first, last mile planning. So we'll just assume those are moving forward as part of our thinking, unless we're directed otherwise by city staff.
Okay, and have those been presented to you yet? I mean, do you have that information?
Not all of them yet. We did a site walkthrough kind of in the a couple of months ago, and we talked about them conceptually as to what was coming, but we haven't seen detailed plans. But that's part of like one of our first tasks is to dive into all your documents and current planning work.
And will your plan take into consideration things like public transportation to and from the station and around the station, parking off-site and things like that? Will that be?
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at all those kind of factors for sure.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have.
All right. Thank you, Gary. Karen.
No, I think it's exciting and looking forward to all that you'll have to share with us. So thank you.
All right. David, anything?
Yeah, thank you, Hans and Alan. I think it's very important that when you bring back these vision concepts, that they incorporate the look and feel that Glendora is establishing of what's acceptable. Frankly, I don't care what Metro or the state like, it's what's acceptable to Glendora. So, don't spin your wheels, bring back what you think would sell to our population as a concept. Because otherwise we'll be 2 years more down the road trying to figure it out. So
I understand you got a good city logo. We can do it.
We're gonna put a wrap on a building.
Good
Yeah.
taste.
A 400-foot tall building. That's what we're gonna do.
Community consensus on that one.
Yeah, so that I think
I
no, but
understood.
that's a
Sorry.
very important factor. So, and we're working with our community development group to establish what's working and what may not work. So
Absolutely.
let's just present the things that are in that menu and we're in good shape. Thank you.
This is for either Hans or Adam or Jeff. Just to be clear, the city is not going to be disallowed to not follow our codes and our building plans. And the question comes from the comment that Alan just made about Metro and their oversight.
Yeah.
Can you just kind of help us to remember what authority that we have and how that authority is going to be played out?
Yeah, so I will talk just from a procedural standpoint. If Han wants to layer that in with planning in advance, that's appreciated, and feel free to hop anytime. So Glendora, as well as a couple other Phase 2B cities, were included in the initial 20 sites through the RFQ process, which, as you heard, could take forever. We just don't know yet what that looks like. We have a unique circumstance where the construction authority also has surplus land, which overlaps some of the metro land, and they're going through that same process.
Correct.
So the city's underlying zoning stays into place. The state obviously, and through the housing element process and the various other changes we've had to make, there are density bonuses. The state allows for some affordability component. Some of the sites that we were talking about this evening are zoned, let's say 30 units to the acre, 3 stories tall, will be allowed to have some of those bonuses applied to them. And in fact, because they're going through the state surplus process, will require us to consider what some of those look like. The really important thing, and I think to keep in mind, is that largely whatever development comes forward from those surplus projects will likely need the city's approval to change some of the development standards, or could be. This is the perfect process to envision what some of those changes may look like, to look at what setbacks and height and other things are. Really what we're talking about, though, is the PlaceWorks is working for us on, we've had the conversation on box with holes, what things look like. So objective standards. So in exchange for additional intensification, the city staff through PlaceWorks agreed to develop what things will look like, right? 2 stories, 3 stories, the type of styles that will be incorporated with this planning that talks about what can be developed in the area, what the improvements will look like, and how we'll all work together. And quite frankly, as the council member mentioned, our people movement project, First Last Mile, and through some of the urban trails will incorporate a lot of those pathways. So even the additional intensification will have additional outdoor usage. So hopefully this plan will tie a lot of those elements into place. Largely to say, though, Metro will have to come to us, or the construction authority will have to come to us and say, hey, we have someone who wants to buy it. They want to make changes. Close of escrow, those properties will probably be contingent upon us making some changes. So if we have a draft plan and sub draft standards by the end of this year, that's fantastic. And I think totally reasonable in terms of all the timelines, but something the city council can definitely use to hold both the developer and staff accountable in this process. Hans, anything you want to?
I think that's a great answer. I mean, it's a vision, it's a plan. It will help, when people come to the table with some sort of a project, and they have they'll ask us, what's the city want to see here, or something to that effect. And it will give us that ability to communicate that with them through a plan that was prepared through consensus-driven process and with public engagement. We still have our, as Adam said, we still have our local standards. This is not a change to the zoning code. There may be recommendations in it that say, hey, we should change some standards. And a lot of that stuff will also be in the objective design standards as well. But one of the things we've talked about with the objective design standards, as well as probably with this, is that when you get those, we know from the density bonus law that they can ask for relief from parking, for example, within that half-mile area, or some height increase or density increase, things such as that, or relief from specific provisions in our code. Some of that can be spelled out in this. What's that look like if somebody wants to develop multifamily that doesn't have any parking, or has half the required parking or something? What's the best possible way to deal with that? And so this kind of plan will help give us that vision. It's also not going to be, these kind of plans are going to be sort of area specific, but not like site specific. So there's going to be inherent flexibility in the vision where there can be some changes based on the, developments or market conditions and product types that come along in the next 10 years or whatnot, 10 to 20 years.
Well, I just think it's important that the public know that the city will still maintain the level of control we have. And I concur with what David said, that there's a Glendora feel, a vibe, and rumors can abound. And I'm just trying to get ahead of those and kind of put a marker right here in the sand that we are going to have a significant say in terms of what it's built and what it looks like and what it is. And I'm just trying to make sure that that is stated.
I would say that this plan is Glendora asserting its local control by taking a proactive
Okay.
approach to making a vision for the area, not
Good.
letting it be driven by others.
And imagine what a crazy idea to go back to the future, to have a walkable village where there's a red car and people could live and shop and walk. Imagine that.
Yeah.
So
That's excellent. So, Michael, your lights
I
on,
just want to
please.
set expectations. Right now, that area is 30 units per acre, correct? And the state can come in with bonus density tolerances and other things as well. What's the max of that could actually look like?
It would be dependent on what the ask is.
But we can go 5 stories, 6 stories.
I don't know.
parking.
It would be dependent upon the recommendation or what was there or what the affordability was of a proposed development, but
But it could be more dense than what we've zoned for.
it will be.
and there are the rumors.
Not the rumors, but it can be by.
Yeah,
by
But
law.
you throwing out, oh, this is.
But I don't know. It's
I wanna set expectations
impossible for
correctly.
us to answer that question with any level of certainty, but I think it's suffice to say that given that Metro has to go through the same surplus process that the city has to go through because of the state's rules. I mean, it's really important to know, this isn't Metro's policy. This is the state of California telling local agencies how it must dispose of property. So I think it's important with that into consideration, despite what people may or may not think of Metro's land use and planning authority, they have to follow the same rules we do as we go through our own property. And so because there is an affordability component, they will have some ability. It could be parking. They don't want to do as much parking. It could be other directions, not always height. But all that said, I think that we will be looking at some level of intensification above what's currently zoned, which would not be too dissimilar than to other projects in the area, which is why it's so important for us to talk about those development standards with taller buildings.
I just want to put out their possible expectations. So
Yeah.
that people don't say, hey, it's 30 units per acre. Why did you say it wouldn't? It would be that and not more.
But it's exactly why we're going to do a plan like this and why we're doing some of the design standards as well. Objective standards, excuse me.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. We all good? Hans, thank you. There's a motion made by Karen, seconded by Gary to adopt this. Please vote, and then we'll have an oral roll call, please.
Councilmember Alowis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much. Item 15, and the annual report for the Business Improvement District and consideration of a resolution announcing intentions to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2025 for the Glendora Village Business Improvement District. Alicia, I believe. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
yes.
here. She
I
is
am.
on my my docket here to present, and you're already up here. So wonderful. Great. It's
Good e-
yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, I am here this evening to present to you the annual plan for the bid for fiscal year 24-25. Okay. Thank you, Lorena. An approved annual report is required by the state as well as the Glendora Municipal Code, also known as the GMC, and must be submitted to City Council every year by June 1st. Approval of the annual report and adoption of a resolution of intent to levy and collect assessments begins the process necessary to renew assessments each year. The city does present the annual report much earlier than that date of June 1st, as many steps are necessary to go ahead and complete it. The first being the budget review, which does jumpstart that process. The bid board reviews the budget. They did that in February and March. They then recommend approval of the annual report to City Council, which is why we're here tonight. City Council reviews the annual report and resolution of intent to levy. Following that, there is a noticing that is done via U.S. mail, as well as it's posted in the Examiner. Following that, there are 2 public hearings that are had. Not too sure if this is going to work. The annual report is comprised of several components. The first being the bid boundaries. which determines who is being charged an assessment. At this time, there are no changes and the boundaries are to remain the same. If this ever wishes to be revisited and the boundaries are wished to be smaller or larger, that could be revisited at another time. A second is going to be activity. So there, the multiple activities a bid does conduct every year are included in the annual report. Along with that are the associated costs that go along with those activities. We then have the assessment methodology, which is how assessments are calculated. Again, there are no changes and assessments will remain the same for this fiscal year upcoming. We then have surplus revenue, which is the revenue that is left over from the previous fiscal year that carries over within the bids fund. That does cover any funding gaps that exist in the budget. The funding sources are also included. Aside from assessments, there are revenue that are generated through events and interest that is accrued throughout the year. We should all be pretty familiar with these bid boundaries, but I will go over them just in case we're not. So at the north, we have Bennett. The south, we have Foothill. To the east, we have Vista Bonita. And then to the west, we have Vermont. We do have that shopping center south of Foothill and east of City Hall that is also included in the bid. Next, we have the assessment methodology, which is here. It will remain the same as the previous fiscal year 23-24. It is broken down into 3 categories: primary, secondary, and zero assessment businesses. Primary businesses are have a assessment ranging from $200 to $600. That amount is determined based off of what type of business it is. So retail or office, that it is a primary business, and the business location as it is relative to Glendora Avenue. Second, we have secondary businesses, which are charged $100. They operate at the same location of a primary business, but are subordinate to that business. And then we also lastly have zero assessment businesses that are comprised of residential, side streets, and independent contractors. Here we have the proposed adjusted budget for fiscal year 24-25. First, looking at revenue, we have assessments, which primarily covers all of the revenue for the year. We have that a little over $45,000. The next highest revenue line item is going to be the wine walk. That is a conservative amount of $50,000. Typically, it does generate a little bit more than that. And then we have some other line items there, including the Chalk Festival and interest that is received throughout the year, totaling a little over $103,000. Now looking at expenditures, we have marketing, a little less than $25,000. The bids landscaping contributions to the downtown area. And then we also have division supplies, which also is going to include their storage costs as well as banner maintenance. Looking at events, which is going to make up most of those expenditures there. Last year, the council went ahead and approved a $50,000 line item over the course of 2 years for each year, totaling $100,000. This previous fiscal year, the year we're in now, 23-24, around 17,000 of that was allocated to an event coordinator. So we went ahead and put that in this upcoming budget. And the line items that are marked with an asterisk are going to be line items that were slightly increased, and that's going to be due to inflation and just the quality of the event. So accounting for larger events and accommodating those attendees. So adding extra bathrooms and things of that nature. With these expenditures, the bid is looking at exceeding their revenue by $48,750, which would still be covered by the available fund balance that they have. So council does recommend that the bid, or in the past, council has recommended the bid have a fund balance of $10,000. The bid is still projected to be in excess of that $100,000. Looking at the bid for this upcoming fiscal year, ending with a fund balance of $68,834. Again, as I mentioned, that $50,000 that was allocated for each budget year is going to deplete that amount year by year, so it is not sustainable. Some important dates to keep in mind. February 1st, like I mentioned, did jumpstart this process. The bid board did review the fiscal year 25 bid budget. On March 7th, the bid board went ahead and approved the annual report and recommended that council go ahead and review that. March 26th, which is tonight, City Council will go ahead and review the annual report and the resolution of intent to levy assessments. And if you choose so, adopt it tonight. That'll take us to April 5th, where a resolution and annual report will be mailed to affected businesses, and it will also be published in the Examiner. That's taking us to May 14th, where the city council will then hold the first of 2 public meetings. At that time, testimony will be heard by those who have reviewed the annual report and resolution of intent to levy. On May 28th, the city council will then hold a public hearing, and protest votes will then be tabulated. And in the absence of greater than 50% of protest votes, the resolution of intent to levy and collect assessments for the upcoming fiscal year may be adopted. So at this time, staff does recommend city council approve the fiscal year 24-25 bid annual report, as well as adopt a resolution announcing intentions to levy and collect assessments. That doesn't conclude my report, and I'm available for any questions should you have any.
Great, thank you. Excellent report. Questions about the report, the recommendation? David?
Thank you very much. I recognize that the work to combine efforts with the Chamber of Commerce leadership, with the bid leadership, to get them a bit more self-sustaining and remove that dependency upon staff. I support that. I guess the question is the bid membership on board with that? Are they concurrent with the thought that that's a good direction, or do they have an option, an alternative?
Just one point of clarification, since that's not being talked about tonight, as a separate action, we can ask questions, but we can't take any policy actions on that. So questions, okay, but no
Okay,
no
good.
policy
Not
actions.
looking to, that's
Perfect.
great.
Yeah, but without going into depths of conversations, yes, that was presented to the bid board, and they are in agreement. That is something they're looking to explore and pursue.
That's the direction. Okay, great. Because a direction is a goal that we had set to hopefully try to accomplish that. Very good. Has the bid board discussed what their options are if we continue to exceed revenues with good events? What's their goal to not completely deplete their reserves or to go into a negative? Do they have an idea?
So at this time, that hasn't been addressed, but they are well aware that that $50,000 is going to cause them their fund balance to deplete. To answer your question, no, there is no goal of replenishing that revenue. Just sustaining, like we mentioned, that fund balance of over $10,000 is really what they're looking to do.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
All right. Karen, did you have anything? All right. No. Gary, anything? Michael?
To extend on what David just said, they didn't want to do a balanced approach to their spending and deficit spend?
So I think last year, as I mentioned, that $50,000 over the course of 2 years, so $100,000 was really just to jumpstart some efforts to get them more involved, to enhance their events, and to give them direction to go ahead and sustain their fund balance. But in terms of a goal and an approach, I hear Valerie behind me, so I'm going to let the pro take the mic on this one.
No, I would just like to add that when we did go ahead and present this to the board, they did express concern with the fact that they do not have a balanced budget and they do want to continue doing the activities they've had. So they did ask that we come back to give them some information on the process that would be required to possibly take a look at increasing the assessments. They haven't been increased in quite some time, I believe, since fiscal year 2015. So we'll be presenting them at least with an understanding of how that might be, the outreach that would be required to reaching out to the membership to see if they would be willing to consider an increase to their assessment, and also just possibly, again, exploring the boundary expansion, just taking a look. I know we kind of looked at that before and it might not have been in the cards right now, but they're at least engaged enough to ask that question and get more information on how that could be.
With that being said, can you go back to the slide that shows the map, please? So on this map here, that's the authorized, but not the practiced, because everything south of Foothill doesn't get assessed, correct?
So yes, these are the actual boundaries. They're all considered bid members. Just some of them are assessed a $0 amount.
So everything south of Foothill is not being assessed currently, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think there was a slide in here that talked about exactly that,
Is there?
about what the assessments were.
I know what the assessments were, but not
Right
the
here.
location. Yeah, but it says 0, but it doesn't
It-
say
I
location.
believe it is in your packet, though. In your packet, you'll have the assessment methodology, and the assessment methodology will have certain parcels shaded blue, and those are 0 assessments.
Just wanted to make it clear on the presentation.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. You answered what I was going to ask. When was the last time the dues were changed? And it was 9 years ago, it sounds
It was
like.
in, I believe it was 2015, and some of them were reduced, some remained the same.
Okay. Okay.
Important to note that they were actually reduced at that point.
Reduced.
Yeah, some were
Okay.
reduced.
Okay.
Some stayed the same. None were increased.
Okay.
So
All right.
the dues haven't really changed since it was created in 2009.
Okay, good. All right. Well, with that, there is a motion made by Karen, seconded by Gary to approve this. Please vote, and then the clerk will call a oral roll call.
Councilmember Alowitz,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. On to item 16, our last one for the night. 2023 General Plan Annual Progress Report and Housing Element on the progress being made, and Natalie Espinosa is going to present. Natalie, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Before you is the presentation of the state's annual General Plan Progress Report update and the Housing Element Implementation Annual Progress Report for the 2023 calendar year. Staff is requesting that the City Council receive and file the reports. The state requires that the city submit a General Plan Annual Progress Report to the City Council, Office of Planning and Research, and the Department of Housing and Community Development on the status of the general plan, its implementation progress, and how the city meets the region's housing needs. The general plan is often referred to as the blueprint of the city and is a comprehensive long-range plan that provides the framework for future growth and enhancements. The city completed a comprehensive general plan update in 2007, which is known as the Community Plan 2025. It is comprised of various elements that each address various topics and provide goals, policies, and programs. The elements can be updated whenever needed, except for the housing element, which needs to be updated every 8 years. The general plan includes various elements. The most recently updated element, like I said, is the housing element, which was approved by HCD in August 2023. And currently the safety element is in the process of being updated. As previously mentioned, the state required that a progress report be submitted on a yearly basis to provide an update to the city's progress in implementing its policies and programs identified in the general plan. Additionally, the report also gives an update on how many housing units were constructed during the reporting period. With this information, HCD uses it to track the city's housing information, including the city's progress towards its share of regional housing needs. The city is currently on its 6th cycle of the housing element, which was approved by the City Council in 2022 and approved by the state on August 10th, 2023. There are 16 housing programs that address community housing needs on 5 issues. During the reporting period, which is January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023, the following were approved, permitted, and completed. The Planning Commission and City Council approved entitlements for 66 housing units. Building and Safety Division permitted 51 single-family homes, accessory dwelling units, and multifamily units. Building and Safety Division conducted a total of 78 final inspections for single-family homes, ADUs, and multifamily units. Here are some of the projects that comply with the land use element, including the La Colina development, which will eventually consist of 124 single-family homes. Since 2012, 87 homes have been constructed and 37 are in the process of construction. The construction for the Walmart expansion for the processing and storage of online pickup orders that was completed in late 2023. the Fast Five drive-through car wash consisting of the construction of a 6,000 square foot car wash building and other site improvements. And this was completed in October 2023. These are some of the projects that comply with the circulation element, which includes the Washington Elementary Safe Routes to School project from the Transportation Division for the design and construction of a crosswalk enhancement project at Washington Elementary School. The crosswalk crosses Gladstone Street, which is a 4-lane arterial and presents a challenge to cross safely. The project installed curb extensions, mid-block pedestrian refuge, and proper safety signage. The zero-emission rollout plan, which consisted of the Transportation Division receiving the first 2 zero-emission battery electric buses. The city is the only city in the foothills with fixed route zero-emission vehicles. The buses are part of larger transition to zero-emission under the city's zero-emission rollout plan. The city will be installing 4 fast chargers and start work on improving the new transit yard in June 2024 with assistance from SoCal Edison. The Glendora People Movement Project is a 10-mile build-out of active transportation facilities across Glendora. Over the past year, staff has secured nearly $13 million in funds for design and construction, including $5 million in congressional member-designated spending, $6.9 million in regional grants, and $1 million in state parks recreational trails grants. The city is currently finalizing construction permits for the Glendora Urban Trail Phases 2 and 3 along the San Dimas Wash. The Mita Avenue and Bus Plaza improvements include closing 2 streets in the Glendora Village for conversion to 2 pedestrian plazas with games, lighting, and shade, seating, and a fire pit. The bus plaza is remade to include performance space and improved seating and lighting. Construction was completed in June 2023. Projects that comply with the open space and recreation elements include the Louis Pompey Memorial Sports Park renovations, which was the renovation of the athletics field by replacing natural grass with artificial turf. This project started in January 2023 and was completed in December 2023. With the ongoing construction at the park being closed, staff felt it was a perfect time to replace the surfacing on the playground with shock-absorbing materials. The project was completed within 2 weeks during December 2023. And lastly, projects that comply with the conservation element include various programs from the Water Conservation Division that debuted last year, such as free indoor and outdoor water use efficiency surveys that were conducted at all Charter Oaks and Glendora Unified Schools. New water customers were given free water conservation at-home kits and were incentivized to sign up for the free Smart Water Meter program that sends leak alerts to your phone. Rebate amounts were increased for water-efficient devices. Drought-friendly landscape classes and WaterWise garden tours were offered on Earth Day. New DIY water tip videos were posted on the city's website, and the city ran a turf retirement program to help residents remove old grass and replace with lower water using landscapes. The Planning Commission received and filed the reports at the March 5th meeting. And the next step in this process is for the council to receive and file the reports, and then for staff to file the reports with HCD and OPR by April 1st. Staff recommends that the City Council receive and file the 2023 General Plan Annual Progress Report and the Housing Element Implementation Annual Progress Report. I'm available if you have any questions.
I lost my voice here for a moment. Thank you so much for this excellent update. Questions for Natalie? Karen, David, Michael, any questions?
Just a comment. Very nice report.
Thank
It was
you.
very well done. Just a question for staff. When is Fink Binder going to be done? I'm getting asked that quite a bit. Guesstimation.
The issue is actually with the manufacturer of the playground equipment, who for the 3rd time sent us the wrong part. So once the playground is completed, and it's been a process, and I really appreciate John and Bill staying. It's the manufacturer, it's not even the contractor in this case. It's a fitting that's not being sent right. So that then will lead to the pour in place being done. So fingers crossed in the next month when it's all said and done.
All right, thank you.
Gary, anything? Okay. All right, there is a motion by Kieran to approve it, and a second by David. Please vote. And clerk will call an oral roll.
Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freno,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. To the council, any closing remarks, Michael?
Happy Easter. Sunday.
David, Karen, happy holidays, Easter, have a great week of faith. Have a wonderful and safe spring break. Watch for the kids because they're out of school and there's going to be a lot of energy. We're expecting another serious rainstorm on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bill and his team will be on alert, on guard, and I'm sure by Monday or Tuesday, the pothole crews will be out there again and responding to any needs that may come from this upcoming storm. So be aware of that. Adam or Danny, anything closing remarks?
Opening day this week. So come to City Hall Thursday, see the participating employees in their baseball uniforms. So
There you go. There you go. Danny, anything?
Easter.
All right, good deal. And with that, we will adjourn at 9:17.